Hello, everyone, and welcome in. This is Let's Sew with Gayle Designs, and the name of my channel is Gayle Designs, and I am Gayle. And on my channel, um, I'm doing a lot of sewing right now because I got this new Brother XR3774, and I'm learning how to use that. And then I also am having a lot of fun with these, um, I call them slap bands, but the purses. So coming up with different variations. And and this is what I'm talking about is this is, I'm going to call this one a clutch because it's the smallest one so far, but I am making a smaller one, not today. But I'm going to be making like a little coin purse, not coin purse, because I need to have like my business cards. Um, I need a little thing for that. And then this one I created out of scraps. I only had a little piece of this orange butterfly fabric, and so this is Mediterranean blue, and then ink ink blue that I added to it. And then I still have to make the strap for this, but I'm going to make it out of the orange. So this was out of strips. You can use, like if you have jelly roll strips, you can make this out of that. And then also scraps. And so that's I made that one. And then this one's a little bit bigger. It's a 8 inch. It's 8 inch. Wait, I just measured it. It's 7.5 inches tall, and it's 8 inches wide. And so that's one. And then Monday night I did my prototype for a crossbody, and I did take it apart, and I haven't put it back together again. I'll show you that. And that's what I'm going to do again today, but I had to do a little modification to this one. I'm going to say a quick hello to who's here. I'm sorry, my mouse just scooted over, and now all kinds of things drop down, like cloud. I don't want all that. I want to see my chat. Okay. So Laura had chimed in. She's driving. She's got her grandsons today. So I hope you have a lot of fun with the boys, Laura. And I'm using on Wednesdays I use Restream because I use the free version of both StreamYard and Restream, and you're limited to hours. So I save my StreamYard for night owl crafting because sometimes those go long, really long. And then of course the Patch Hat crew on Thursdays. So I do Restream just to kind of balance out my free moments, minutes, hours that I have. And then Bobby. So Bobby from EE, sorry, I can't scroll down to the chat. From EE Handmade with Love. She is retiring, just a few more days. And and then as it was started to say, so on my channel, well, what I do is I do embroidery, sewing, paper craft, vinyl, bling. And when Bobby retires, we're going to get going. I have a recreate vision, Vista. I forgot the name of it. Anyway, we have the same machine, and so we're gonna get lasering. And then Robin's Creations. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much for my beautiful daisy flower. It's so beautiful. Oh, she's talking to Laura. Laura does resin, and then Get Crafty with Kelly. And hopefully I didn't. Okay, wait. I just saw somebody. Hey, Bonded Creations, welcome in. And Bonded is getting really, really, really close to breaking out that song. Well, it is out from what I heard. She just has to get going with it. Hey, Linda, welcome in. Thank you for being here. 4.5 days, 4.5 days left, and then she's a free woman. Vista, thank you. Thank you. Free from working for somebody else. She's just going to work for herself. Okay, so welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting in the chat. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. And for those of you that are in the bushes, and what that means is those of you that are watching but not chatting with us, thank you for being here. You are an important part of this journey as well. You can come in and like hit that thumbs up button and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Thank you. So I will show you my 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 crossbody that I did, even though it's not completely put back together yet. What happened is that my snap bands that I have are too long. You need to have you need to, and that's why you could see it on this one. I still have to take this one apart, but that's why they're curling, is because they're right up in there. And when I did the crossbody, I almost said mode. I actually sewed into the ruler, that's the slap band that's in there. So I've been cutting them down, and that's what I had to do, is take this apart, cut it down, and then these were uneven. This is where I wanted to be, and then the other one was like down a little bit further. And but this is the crossbody. It measures 9 inches tall, and currently it's 9.5 inches, but it just has this one seam. I have to turn it inside out and do it again, but it's really good. It comes right here with the strap on. It comes right here, and then where is it? Oh, and then these. So I'm going to be doing the fan favorite. And this is actually, I know it's cheetah. So I know we keep calling it leopard, but it's cheetah, and it comes in fat quarters only at Walmart. And so because I'm doing this as the crossbody, it's 20 inches long, and then I need 24 inches for the lining, and it's 10 inch. It starts off 10 inches wide, so I need 24 inches for the lining. They don't make fat quarters. My fat quarter for that and hazelnut is the perfect color for the inside of the print here. And hey, Carol Coleman, welcome in. Oh wait, is Sassy Classy Customs? That might not be Carol Coleman. Anyway, welcome in, Sassy Classy Customs. So I got up early. I'm a night owl, but I got up at 6 o'clock so I can go to Walmart at 7 o'clock, because I needed to get a yard of hazelnut. They don't have hazelnut. They have brown sugar, not the right color. They have all kinds of other light colors, but they don't have that. So then I went ahead and I got a yard of black. Well, that totally changes the tone of what I wanted. I definitely want the hazelnut. So as I'm preparing everything and thinking, what can I do? What can I do? Well, the fun thing about sewing is you could do what you want. We say there's no errors in sewing. There's just opportunity to adjust. So I need 24 inches because we're going to use 2 inches for each end for the casing. So I added an accent. So I added 2.5 inches, which actually I cut a piece of 2.5 inches of the black and then put it in there. So each one of these is 11 inches. And then this is actually 2 inches because with the seams. So it's going to be at the bottom. And yeah, I could have used hazelnut scrap for this piece. But you know what? I'm just adding an accent. Stacy is in the bushes and she hit the like button. Something wrong with her computer and can't type. Kelly, yeah, she's at work and they block where she can't do that. Thank you for letting me know, Kelly. And welcome in, Stacy. So one thing I didn't show you on the other thing is that what I added, let me just turn it inside out. What I added, a new feature for forgot I had pins in here, is I added a pocket to the crossbody. So the inside. So, and I'm making one for this too. So I have to remember that here's the seam allowance. So this is when I get this quilted, it'll lay on this, and this is going to be what you see on the inside. So my pocket has to go up on this one. So, but I make the channel first, then I know where to put the so I don't put it up too far and then you can't use it. So that's what I've got going on here. And so this is my pocket here. And I'm going to switch cameras as soon as I find my mouse. So anyway, I'm excited to be here. And let me move my camera over, which I went ahead and because I promised y'all I was going to play around with these cameras. So I did, because this machine is a lot heavier than the craft machine I was using. I could just pick that up, with just my fingers. And but this one I need both arms, and then I can't do anything in front of me because I have the table attached to it. So I moved my camera down, I moved this down, so it's actually kind of in my cutting area. I'm trying to move, oops, darn it. Restream is different. I gotta, because it doesn't have on StreamYard, it has like the little things underneath where you can tap on them to change the cameras. And this one, it isn't. So I have to go like that, then switch it here. But we're going to work it out and then go back to that. There we go. All right. Now let me find my chat again. There it is. Okay. All right. So let's see. And I have this at the edge. I can move this back a little bit further. Okay. So this is my pocket. I'm doing it black on the outside, and then this one is going to be here. So I'm going to go across and leave an opening on the side. I figured the side is the best to have like an opening instead of on the bottom of it. I don't know what I'm going to put in the pocket, but pockets. Girls love pockets. At least I do. All right. Mm. So this is a Brother XR 3774, which is a sewing quilting machine. And today I'm going to use for the first time my quilting quilting guide instead of drawing all those lines for the quilting. For my Viking that I had in 1971, it had one of those, and that's what I really missed having. You had to screw that one in. This one, you just slip into the little um, hole, and it's got rubber all around it to hold it in place. Next Wednesday is July 1st already. Gotta remember to do all my month-end paperwork for insurance. Okay, leave an opening. Okay, so then I'm just going to clip these corners. Oh, you can't see. Okay. And then this is going to be the tabs for the D rings. And I'm going to stitch close to the edge of so what I did was, so this is 2.5, so it's 5 inches long, which is longer than I actually need. And then so I folded it in half and pressed it so I had a marker to go by. And then I fold up to that fold and then fold the other end or the other side up to the fold and then fold that in half. And then I'm going to stitch on this opening side and then stitch on this side and then do some stitches in the middle just to secure it. And then I'll be cutting this in half. And then it'll be for 2 of them. I do this often, enough you think I'd remember. Um, Hi, Jesse. Welcome in. Pray you have power. I just got therapy. You know, my internet went out. I was watching the replay Monday night, and not my power. My internet went out. Jesse's power went out. His storm, and I'm like, well, good thing I didn't stay on any longer. Hey, Jess Craft Therapy. All right. So this is when I need those glasses. Marilyn says they're called jeweler's glasses. They're like magnifying glasses, and they're lighted because I do have night blindness. I can't see in the dark. I can't see in the dark. Hi, Linda Talbert. Anyway, so stitching on black, I can't see. I can't see where I'm stitching. That's why. That's why I did it incorrectly the first time. Hi, DB. Popping in to say hi while running errands. We'll catch replay. She hit the like button. Hey, Evelyn Warner. How are you today? All right, now I'm going to run a stitch down this fold. Okay, both look good. Whoops. I haven't figured out how to do just down the middle. Just pop. Okay. Thank you for popping in on your lunch, Linda. I'm just doing a straight stitch. You could do a decorative stitch if you would like. I think when I do some like head and attendant for hubby today, they will come weekly to give me a break when out to do yard work. Awesome. Hey, Geneva. Welcome in. That's awesome. Yeah, my daughter-in-law, she has, because she's a caretaker for both her parents, and they each have an assistant. Um, and so it helps them, and it gives her a break too. Um, because her dad can't bathe himself anymore. He can like wash up, but not take a shower. And his wife, um, it's hard on her to do that every day. So it gives her a break to give him about a shower every day. I don't know why I backstitch. I don't need to backstitch. Hey, SB Designs by Sheila. Geneva and I have the same machine, and so I'm going to use the um, quilting guide, Geneva. Okay, these are the best lines that I've done so far. So this is going to, like I said, going to be the strap. I mean the tabs for the sides. I'm doing a crossbody today for those of you just coming in. So then I'm going to fold it in half and cut that in, and then each one of these will be in half then. So these actually come out to be um, 2.5 inches long, which is still longer than I need, but it's easier to work with. Um, and so I'm just going to leave these here so I don't lose them. I'm going to turn my pocket inside out and press that. I guess you would be able to see my ironing board, uh, my ironing board, my heat press that I'm using as an ironing board. Hi, Sharon Davenport, welcome in. Okay, so I got them. I got Geneva's asking where I get the snap bands from. I got them a couple years ago from Amazon, and these are actually for sublimation. They're longer. They're and they have this extra here too. So they measure out to be 8 3/4, and I cut them down, which I'll show you. I cut them down to be 8 because um, you need to have inch on each side of the snap band for your um, hems. Yes, and Evelyn is sharing that you can also use a ruler. Um, but you have to cut it. And you know what? And that's what these are actually, is a retractable ruler, and they've just been cut, and they've been plastic, and then like the other ones you could find, I've heard people finding them, like wherever you can get like party supplies, like I mean, like um for kids, treat bags, but you want to be careful because like if it's going to have a lot of color on it and stuff, and then your channel for the slap band is a light color, it will show through. And the same thing with the ruler, which I have seen, because that's all these are. And yes, they are wild sometimes. That's all these are, is a retractable ruler that's been cut and then encased for safety. Oh, in the sale bin. Nice. But even so, they're only, I mean, and check with Hobby Lobby. I've gotten the retractable rulers from Hobby Lobby, free. They just, all you do is cut the coupon, and I think you make a purchase, but it never was any particular amount that I needed to buy. It was just, you know, and so would I say Hobby Lobby? No, I didn't mean Hobby Lobby. I meant Harbor Freight. And I apologize if I said Hobby Lobby. I didn't mean to. And if you do content creating, something's just come out of your mouth and you don't even know why you didn't mean to say that. But yeah, I'll show you how to do it. And you know what? And it's just these scissors, because I've seen people, they said, oh, get something that'll cut metal. Well, these are just, let me figure out where I need to put it. So these are just regular scissors from Walmart. Got 2 in a pack. When I moved here, I needed, so I have one at one end of the house and a pair at the other end of the house. So I don't have to always be looking for a pair of scissors. And so anyway, so now I keep this pair here in my in that little toolbox, the tool thing on my maker, on my Cricut machine. And I know that's for paper. All right, so I'm going to press this. And then I'm only going to top stitch the top part of it, because the rest will get stitched when I want my corners to come out a little bit more. So I'm just using a pin. Yeah, Geneva, I'm retired, and and limited on income. Well, I don't have income. Anyway, so yeah, I will guide you with however you can get things at low cost or no cost. All right, so my opening is over here. This shifted. Let me, because this is, let me, it rolled. So I'm making this a crossbody, which is the largest um, of the purses that I make. And but I will be making maybe the clutch, maybe the medium size. Um, let's see. So I'm going to do 2 stitches. I'm going to do a edge stitch and then go over a little bit more just to be fancy. Give it a little more security, stabilization. And of course, and started right at the edge. When you're doing this, you should have like a leader. Um, don't start your machine right at the edge because it'll go down into the feed dogs. On that other machine, I didn't have feed dogs, so it was I could just like anyway. So this is, of course, I made it into a knot, so it's kind of. We'll just trim it down. And I don't know if leader is the correct word, but the word I'm using today is this. I retired also, but work seasonal during tax season. So I work 6 months on, 6 months off. So I'm off now and I need some extra income. Yep. And even if you do, it doesn't, it's always good to like not put it all out there, not, I mean, it's like if you could save money, save money. Why? All right, the leader didn't work for me. Okay, so I'm going to start it past the corner and then back it up. I I trimmed my corners, but I didn't trim the seam. Um, so it's pretty thick there. That could be what's going on. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just trying to remove these stitches because it's a lot right there, and so it made it a lump. Um, of course, I can't really see. Yeah, I had applied for like Amazon Flex, which would be a driver. Um, and they said they didn't have any in my area and that I was on the list. And then it's been a year, and then now I've got a notice from them, and they said it's like you're on the list. You can remove this notification because I left it open and I kept tapping on it. So I guess they got tired of me doing that. And I just look at it like, you know what? It's just God's way of saying I don't need to be doing that. Um, he'll provide that's not his plan. He'll provide something else. And I'm sorry, I think that I'm in camera and then I'm not. But I'm trying to see what I'm doing. And because it's a lump and it's not going to get any better if I keep stitching, adding to the problem. So these are great. Now I didn't get them for my eyebrows. I got them from my craft room. And oops, it's really easy to handle these little tweezers to pull threads. Um, so they come with different angles and then a brush. Hi Marlies, welcome in. And maybe you can see it better on here. But anyway, so that's what I'm using to pull these threads. Once I cut them with a seam ripper. Yes, I'm selling these bags. I have people interested. I just have to get with someone to help me, someone with knowledge to help me price them. That's why I wanted to get all these variations done. Which ones I want to do. Yay, I was successful in removing all those stitches. All right, so yes. Yeah. So I got these at in the beauty section, I think at Target before I started boycotting Target. um I know it was when I first moved here because the kids packed up my stuff. I mean, I fell and I was injured, so they just loaded a truck and they didn't bring everything. And so it's like, oh, I need this, I need that. It's like y'all thought you were saving me money, but I got to replace everything you didn't put in the truck. Okay, that looks good. So that is right along the edge. And then I'm going to go a little bit further, like a quarter inch, just to give it another little stitch. So I got to figure out where I'm going to do this. Right there. Okay. So I have my pocket made. I have my little tab things, and I have my little axe, my pull tabs. So I have all of these pieces made. I'm going to put them over here where they're not going to get it. Now it's time to, so let me go ahead and just show you how to cut these down. So if you had the retractable ruler, if you purchased that and you want to cut it down, because mine are these I purchased, I need 8 inches. These are 8 3/4. So I'm going to cut these down to 8 inches. And then but like I'm going to make one. I'm going to make one that's like this size. So this is 4 inches, and you need an inch on each side. So if I'm making one that's 4 inches, then that means that I need 3 inch. No, I need 2 inch, right? 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I need to have a snap band that's 2 inches. So that's why, but I have all of these that I'll be using because I don't do sublimation right now. Well, I won't be doing sublimation for a while because my printer is down and has been down for over a year. Well, July will be 2 years. Or no, whatever, maybe it's a year. So, so I'm just going to, so anyway, so I'll be using these, but if I didn't have that, and I'll keep my eye open for a free retractable ruler for me to cut down in the future. Now with that, because that's going to be the retractable ruler, that's going to be raw metal. You need to be careful with not to cut yourself. So I marked the 8 inches, and this really is soft. These scissors, I don't know if it's because they're titanium or what, but they're it's easy to cut. So I just cut and I kind of round it. Um, and then just cut off these points of the ruler. And I'm not pressing hard. If you've been watching me, you know I have arthritis in my thumbs, and my thumbs are becoming more and more useless than useful. So, um, because sometimes I have to hold the scissors. I have to hold the scissors like this because I can't put my thumb in there. All right, so that's cut down. This is where I cut it. And see, it's just I gotta be careful because, of course, this one you can't see oh, here it is. See, that's all it is a ruler, or a retractable ruler under there. Oh, I don't need to do that. And so so I'm going to cut this one. And it's like it's wild. And like I said, so my purse is 10 inches wide, so I need these to be 8 inches. And because we need an inch on each side. And then I'm just like removing or just rounding off that the sharp squared off edge. Okay, then I make sure that there's nothing on here. You want to be careful with those little shards of metal. And then I just scoop it off. I don't touch this because these little pieces have metal in them. And I don't need to have, y'all know, I don't need to have no sharp metal slivers in my that'd be painful for days. And then I just put it in a trash that I'm not gonna have to touch again. So then that's good. Okay, so this is duct tape. I got it at Walmart. And hi Brandy, sipping crafts. So I got this at Walmart. I got white because then it's not going to show through no matter what color I use to make the channel. And then I just cut a piece off. And on that they're being extra snappy today. And then just always be mindful of the sharp edges. You want to avoid having any contact with them. And then there. So then now this is ready for use. And so you can make them if like I'll do once I get orders in and I know what particular size I'm going to be using. I think pretty much most of them are going to be the 10-inch wide. And so your fabric, actually, you're going to cut, and I forgot to do it. The outer fabric, you're actually going to cut 11 inches because then you're doing the quilting, and then you'll trim it down. And then your lining is 10 inches wide. I'm talking width, and your length is whatever you want it to be. Like this, the cheetah print, I did 20 inches, which then I needed 24 inches long of the lining, and fat quarters don't come 24 inches. So I modified it, which I'll show again for those of you just coming in or hadn't seen it when I showed it. I tell you, this duct tape, it's sticky. It does its job. When it touches itself, there we go. All right, it's not pretty, but it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be 8 inches. That's all I care about. All right, so these are pins, my mouse. All right. So I'm going to put these over here with the rest of my things that are ready. So I cut 22 inches. So this is hazelnut. They don't make hazelnut in a yard at Walmart. They don't sell it. They sell it as a fat quarter, which this particular one, I got 22 inches out of it. I know they're usually 20. So I needed 24 inches. So I did the sewing math. Yes, this morning I did sewing math, and I needed 2 inches. So that means I needed 2.5 inches because a 1/4 inch seam. So I did do it in the bottom. I could have used a scrap of hazelnut and did that, but I didn't want to. So I have to remember that the seams are what the quilted part is going to lay on. Hey, precious pieces. And this is my outside. And this is where I'll be attaching my pocket to on the inside. But I need to do my channels first so I know where, I don't want it to be up too high and then you can't use your pocket. So anyway, I did that. So I'm just going to set this over here for now because I need to show you the photo. Oh, and for those of you that didn't see Night Owl Crafting, for this thing we use to turn for the casing. You fold the edge 1/2 inch and then 1.5 inches, and they make a hot ruler that you can use with your iron. And so you just lay this on and fold the fabric over and press it and then remove it and press it. And I have it in my cart in Amazon or on Amazon. I didn't push go yet, and I want to use it. So I made it. This is just felt. It's cricket felt, so it's really stiff. And I didn't know about ink, so I just stitched it. So this is my 1/2 inch, and I did mark it. And I don't, I only need 10 inches, and this is 12 inches. So this is my 1/2 inch, and then this is my 1.5 inches. And I love it because then I can have even, instead of getting the little, get that little metal ruler out and measuring. I have this. So anyway, so that's what I'm going to use for pressing, but we're going to do quilting right now. Y'all ready for quilting? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to be using uh, my quilt guide. I have it. You just stick it in, and you can stick it in this way or this way, and so I have it on the 1.5 inch. I'm going to do diamond printing, or diamond printing. I'm going to do the diamond pattern, which is, if you can see that, the stitching. But I'm not going to mark it because I'm going to use that guide. I do need to move this a little bit just so I can do the first step. So I've thought about it, and like my first step is you have to have a way to do it. For your guide. So so you cut your batting a little bit bigger than your outer fabric. And then let me see if you can see better this way. So I'll use this corner. Let me figure out my corners here. Okay. So my first stitch is gonna be from one corner diagonal to the other corner. And then I'll be doing 1.5 inches from each one of those. So I was gonna see about and then, and my batting, I'm using the Wrap and Zap. You use cotton, or you can use polyester quilt batting if you want. It's up to you what you want. I have this. I love this, and that's what I'm going to use. Not that I need to heat it up. It's just cotton batting. And this actually is cheaper than the Pellon cotton batting. And they're the same company. It's just, so anyway, I shouldn't say cheaper, less expensive. So let me just test this and see if chalk will work. Of course, I need a different, let me do, let me just see. Okay, I can't see that good. So my original thought is what I'm going to end up doing, and I'm going to use a piece of tape. Thank you, Evelyn. My mind doesn't shut up, and uh my batting, some of it was already 10 inches wide, so I'm just making sure that I'm going to be covered on it. Let me start out there. And can kind of stretch it. Okay. So that's going to be my first stitch. And, and some people are so fabulous with their eyes that they can just eyeball that corner to that corner. But I could do that if it was, shorter, but 20 inches, not so much. Okay. We need to be playing some kind of music. Because this is the first time doing this for me. Okay. So basically, I just need to follow along. I need to follow along this stitch. I mean, that side of you don't have to do back stitching. So I'm just going to put and let's see, do I want it? Mm. So this is a 3-5. All right. Okay. No. Oh, how far did I? Oh my gosh. This is all I got sewn. Oh, those bobbin threads. The good thing is I have another bobbin of black thread. Good thing I didn't rip that tape off. Oh, I tell you, those bobbin, they're so sneaky. And because it's black and I can't see that it was running out. This one is actually like a lighter color black, but it's okay. And oh, it's so funny. Hey, Danny, welcome in. So, this is this is why sewing and any kind of crafting actually isn't really boring because um there's always some antics happening and that lighten up everything. Okay. Now I can't grab it. These are for my bling. They're not really. Oh, somebody from Missouri keeps calling me 3 or 4 times a day. And it's not the same number. It's 314, but it's not. So and one time it popped up as a robo call. Has anybody gotten one of those? I saw an ad for um something that helps you remove that. Hey, Stephanie Mega Detroit finest. Hello. Um anyway, so I'm going to remove this because it'll show up as when I'm stitching it again and it's not gonna match. I always like to just remove that. For those popping in, my I stitched this whole line and only this much of it had bobbin thread. But now I have a full roll, and these and this all of this came with this sewing machine. So now I just put the empty one in where I pulled one out, and so now I actually have it empty, the dark black, um, which I'll refill at a later date. I have an appointment after this live. Um, we do our family dinner, and something's going on. Can y'all see me okay? Everything was just flashing. I think whoever that was, well, they never leave a message. But anyway, we do our family dinner. We used to do it at 6 o'clock, but my granddaughter, she works her schedule, and so now we eat at 4, which is fine because I generally skip lunch. I mean, by the time I figure out that, okay, I didn't have lunch yet and I should eat something, it's usually about 4:30. So then I have dinner. But anyway, but it's nice because then get to see my great grandbabies, all 3 of them from this granddaughter. And well, two of them aren't babies anymore, but anyway. All right, let's do this again with a full bobbin. Okay, I see what happened. Oh no, I don't answer. I don't answer. I actually, for people I have programmed in my phone, I have a special ringtone. Now I see what happened is the camera is flipped. So anyway, and then I did the regular ringtone. It's actually like the Sugar Plum Fairy, but it's kind of a spooky ring. And my great granddaughter, she's like, Gigi, that sounds scary. And I go, yes. And that's because I don't know who that is. And so every time she hears it now, she goes, stranger danger, stranger danger, stranger danger. So anyway, um, but yeah, the I have a really exciting ringtone for people that are programmed in my phone, and I will answer those calls. And those are the only calls I do. So I mean, even my doctors, I have, so like if I have on that special ringtone, and if they're calling from another phone in the office, they go to voicemail because they got the stranger danger ringtone. All right, let's check. We're good. Okay. So again, I'm using the tape as my first thing instead of drawing the line out. And then I'm going to be using the seam guide. Um, I think they actually call it the quilt guide arm or something. Oh yeah, and I'm doing 3.5 inch stitch length. Huh, it feels good to be pulling it and feeling there's two threads there. Okay, so then I'm going to remove this tape. All right, let me trim those so I don't end up with knotting, nesting. All right. Are you kidding me? Okay. This is not good. All right. So guess what I forgot to do? I forgot to pin it. Okay. So you should pin, do some pinning because look how that shifted. That shifted. There, you can see it better there. This is when I wish I had backup pre-cut. I would just toss this aside and then do that, but I'm good at removing this stitching. So, because we can't have this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is going to be wasting your time. But this is what happens. I mean, it can happen, and you can learn from my mishap. And see that, and this is, like I said, this is new to me doing it this way. I usually sit here and use a ruler and a washable pen and draw the lines, and I pin that. So I'll remember this. I'll remember to make sure that I have it pinned. Yeah, oh, yeah, because when I'm drawing the lines, I don't have it on the batting. I put it on the batting after I get the lines drawn, and then I pin it, and then I stitch it and move the pins as I'm going. You know, some of you, I saw in Patrice's live yesterday, she's made her swimsuit. Well, she posted a video of her wearing it this morning. It looks so good. She's going to make it again, but the size uh, down. Reminds me of my disco days. So how's everybody's weather? Um, I know where Jesse lives was storming um Monday. We're okay now. I know Sharon lives pretty far north of me. I think northwest. I'm not quite sure exactly, but she was experiencing storm the other day too. Everybody can check and see if they hit the thumbs up. That would be great. I'm getting closer to 500. It's getting really exciting. I think I'm actually going to be in shock when I get there. But last I looked, I was 477. And Monday night, I had I have a new subscriber from Quebec, Canada, and that's where my family, my mother's mom That's where she's from, is Quebec, Canada. Hi, Sylvia. Welcome in, Smurf. So I'm making a crossbody snap purse, snap slap band. I'm like, what are these things called? But anyway, I don't exactly know what we're doing tomorrow on Hot Chat Crew. It's the last Thursday of June. I know I need to be making 1776, 2026, and trying to do a cute little, which I posted um, in my community, trying to do a cute little thing because my great grandson, who I've only seen in pictures, um, he'll be here for next week, and I wanted to make him something. And Letitia has sent me, when I first got my embroidery machine, she had sent me a box of things. And so there's actually um, a bib in there. And I already have it packed to take over to my family's house to try it on the baby that is here and see if it's going to fit. Because I think it's a newborn. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, so I wanted to do, because I know my granddaughter already has a cute outfit for him. She's in her matchy, or she is a twin, and so they and they live together and they're raising their families together. And and uh and so now they're getting matching dresses. They're 26 years old and they're getting matching dresses, just different color. And then the one has a daughter and the other one has a boy, and then they get matching outfits for them, so the cousins are twinning too. It's so cute though. But anyway, it's cute. They grew apart, then now they're growing back together. So it's good. It's good to see them getting along again. But anyway, so I know she's got something cute, so I'm not going to make him a shirt. Um, it's hard when you don't see them, because then you don't get a idea of actually what size they would wear. So I thought, oh, let me just make a bib, because then it's something she could put on him for pictures and then take off of them, or keep it on him to keep his, outfit clean. And so anyway, so my embroidery machine had like the worst nesting. It messed up the bobbin casing and everything. And so I was nervous about testing it out again after I took it all apart, cleaned it, and put it back together and stuff. So, but then got on with Lena and Lisa, and they helped. They helped. They both have brothers, so um, they helped me. I put it in wrong. Well, actually, it moved. Took 4 needles, 2 bent needles, 2 broke needles, and but now it's trying to figure out the tension, because I ran out of supplies to practice on. So I went Saturday, and the channel blessings that subscribers send really does help um, in situations like that, because I needed to get some more felt and stuff to practice on. And then and so that's where I'm at. And then I went through that box that Letitia had sent me, and there was some bibs, 2 bibs in there. And so it's like, cool. Because Hobby Lobby, I got the bib there and it was $4 and it was big. I put it on the 8-month-old that lives here. I'm not here, but lives in my city. And because she was being held by her mom, I could only just put it around her neck. And so it looked like a cape. It's really long. And the little guy, he's 4 months old. So if it was big on her, it's going to be big on him. And so I'm glad I found the other ones, because the other ones are like triangles shape, and it has a snap. The Cricut actually sublimation bibs. So Friday is I call it free time, but because doing 3 shows, so it's like that takes up time. Sunday I'm researching and doing research. Saturday, Sunday, and resting. Oh, I'm so close to the end here. So the next time Laura comes into town, we're going to go to Paris, Paris, Parasina, which is a new fabric store that came up from Mexico. There's only 2 in the United States. One is over in Spring, which is near Houston, and Sharon Green sent me a report that she went, and because I knew she lived in Houston. Um, so she went and checked it out and gave me a report. And then the other one is over here, and it's only 20 minutes away from my house. So they moved into the Joann's, the one in Spring / Houston. So she said they moved. Sharon said they moved into the Joann's, and this one here moved into the Joann's too, but not the Joann's that is really close to me. IKEA moved into that one, and a small IKEA. And but so Cheryl says they are not Joann's prices. Well, the girl that did the video on it, she said they have some Joann's fabric. It's on the bulk, and they had like a clearance section, which was $1.99 a yard. And the gal that did the video was she bought some. She's a seamstress. She bought some of that um to test it out. And I haven't watched any more of her videos to see how, because it was fabric that I wouldn't be using. It's she was going to make summer dresses and stuff like that, and um, I had told myself when I was sewing and when I gained weight, because I had gotten up to 320, I'm down to 196. So, but I had said I'm not going to be making clothes for that body for the 300. That's a whole lot of a whole lot of altering a pattern. So, hey, Marilyn, welcome in. Thank you for coming in. All right, so now I'm going to pin it. Marilyn, my mistake first was that I started quilting, didn't pin my fabric, and it was off the rails. I should say the fabric was off the batting, so I just had to take that all that stitching out. All right, let me not use dark. Let me use the white ones. All right, so I'm just gonna randomly pin just to hold it in place. Glad I didn't wad up that tape and throw it away. There are blessings in it that I can think of for all the little boo-boos. But I mean, it's like I did say, first time doing this, so it's a learning experience for me and for you if you choose to do it like this. All right, so I'm pinned to where it's not going to shift this way or shift that way. And so again, I'm going to take this and go from one corner to the other. And okay. Been a fun morning so far. Okay, Sharon. Sharon pops out and says hello to everyone that's come in and then pops back. All right, I need my light. Okay, I see I have thread on the back, so bobbin is good. Okay. And nothing has shifted. Okay, so here is where we use the quilt guide. I have it set for 1.5. Let me make sure. Um, and so I'll be the wow, that was oh, okay. I see my stitching here. And I'm like, wow, that was really off, but that's because the it shifted. So this guide is going to go right along the seam here. And so I'll be so it'll sew 1.5 inches away from that. Um, but oh, okay, just wait. All right, I have to figure this out. Okay, so all right. See if you can't see. I don't know if you can see. I can't see, so I'm assuming you can't see, but my eyes are not good. Okay, so here is where my needle is. Here is where the seam guide is. So that's, I mean, this is going along. This is where this here is where my stitch line is. And then my sew line is going to be over here. Let's go. First time doing this, so let's check it out. And I'll be not looking at my needle. I'll be looking at this at the edge of this guide. And like I said, eventually I'll get a camera. And I did try to put my camera up in this ring light, and man, it snapped out of that and went flying. And I'm like, nope, I can't afford to lose my phone. All right, let's do this. Oh, I said I'm not watching the needle, and I'm like not even on the fabric anymore. I got to that angle of the okay. Let's check it out. I love it. Look at that. That is so nice. All right. Geneva, are you still watching, hon? All right, so you just witnessed me figuring it out, and we'll continue to do so. So now, oh, okay. Let me continue to. So now, um, so I my guide was on this stitch, and it's stitched there. So now I'm going to have the guide on this stitch, and it'll stitch somewhere over here. It's kind of different to um, because I'm at a diagonal, but the guide arm is straight for me, you know. Watch the guideline. So I'll continue watching the guideline, but be mindful of where the edge of the fabric is. I don't need to be creating bird nesting. Well, I can see learning this actually is going to save me time because then I'm not having to draw all the lines and not having to um, erase all the lines because I still don't have the heat pens. I have the water soluble, which then I have to spritz it with water, let it disappear, and then dry. You know, so this, I love this. This was a very nice gift. All right, so once again, lining the um, guide up on the seam I just stitched. I'm going to move my pin out of my way. And Marilyn, did you see Patrice's modeling video? She modeled her bathing suit. I know you're not making one. Eve's making one. I think they're making a bridal. I don't know. Hey, Jennifer, welcome in. Okay, so it's going really good, y'all. Look at that. I love it. I love it. Jennifer, I'm using my seam guide, quilt guide, whatever, for the first time. Instead of drawing all the lines. line off the fabric again. All right. Um, let's see about this one. A little corner piece. Okay, so that's half of the one direction. Now, okay. So then now I'm going to do this half. Let me make sure my pins are here. Line up this guide on the thread. Yes, you can change the spacing. It's just, it just slides in and out. And then also I can move it to this side. Maybe, wait. That would be backwards. Yes, you can move it. So, it's just, there's a hole here, and on the walking foot, it has the hole in there too. And it has like inside the hole is rubber, so it's snug in there. So yeah, it just moves in and out. I have it set for 1.5 inches. If I was doing, when I do, I should say, when I do my smaller, like a credit card size case, it definitely be smaller. I'll play around with that because there wouldn't be much diamond stitching if I had it at 1.5 inches when they're only 4 inches long. I mean wide, the case. And I'm gonna have to lay down my tape again for the first stitch to make the diamond. But many regular sewing machines also have this guide. It's not just necessary. This is a sewing quilting machine. Um, but other like my Viking, of course, there wasn't a whole lot of fancy things in the 70s, but like now, definitely not computerized sewing machines, but that it had that. Oh, it had, man, it had a lot of knobs and stuff that pop in cams. I think they're called cams. And so you had to like stick those in there. All right, so now I'm going to get rid of these stitches, these threads. Yeah, and my plate here has all different measurements, and then even on this part, it has measurements. But I still stuck my ruler under there to make sure that because it doesn't have it has like it says 1 inch, and then there's 4 other lines. Um, so but this one is 1.5 inches. So the other one's probably 1.25 inches, and then the other one's at probably 2 inches. All right, so then I'm going to stick the guide along the stitch that I just did. And so I'm stitching to the left of that. You're welcome. You came in at a good time because you missed all the fun drama. I stitched the whole line and there was no the bobbin thread had run out like a couple inches in, about 3 inches in. And then I forgot to pin my fabric to the batting, and so that shifted, and I had to take all that out. The seam ripper has definitely been my best friend so far today. Jess Craft, are you still on some time off, paid time, or while you're thank you everybody for coming in and watching and being on this journey with me. Yeah, that's good. Um, ah, I was lining at the edge of my presser foot to that seam that I just did instead of my guide. Oh, thank you, Lord, for bringing me, waking me back up. I would have had to been removing those stitches. Yeah, I was just thinking my son is still off too. He only took 1 week off for his surgery, but then I guess because he can't lift his arms up and stuff. He has sleep apnea and he had the um I don't know what it's called, the thing, and they insert it on the right side because in case in future, they save the left side for pacemaker, and then it's a white, and then they also go through the neck and they wrap a cord around a nerve, and they didn't reveal that part until after he had the surgery. So the dangers of that. But anyway, I'll find out today when I go over there why he took another week off. Besides, he's in a lot of pain and he has a really high tolerance to pain. But it's affected his tongue, the movement of his tongue, and yeah. So I took that off my list. Nope, I don't. I definitely don't want that surgery. Okay, it looks like I might have one more for this direction. Yep, very small section. There we go. Hey, Sean Norris. How are you doing? Okay, so I have all of this direction done, and now I don't need to pin, but I do need to tape um to get my I'll show you this side because you can see it then. So that did really good. I'm loving that guide, and because I use, because I do the quilting on my mug rug, not my mug rugs. I don't have it here, because they're in the refrigerator still. But my mason jar koozies, and I'll be doing diamond on that. I was just doing like these stripes on there. I am making another one of my purses. Uh, this is the inside of one. This is the outside part, and it's a crossbody. So it's bigger than the other one. So I got a new machine and I'm testing out the quilting arm that does this. So now I'm going to be doing the other angle, and just stick that under there. So I need to go from this corner all the way down to this corner. So I just started off with tape, instead of marking it with the pen that I'll have to erase later. I know if you have the whatever that one is called, that when you iron it, it disappears. The ones that I had that I got at Walmart, they disappeared, but then I stuck them in the freezer and it came back. So I took those back right away so that they didn't sit around and then be too late to take back. And I do have um uh I do have ones that Marilyn sent me a link to, the ones that she bought that do work and disappear with the heat and don't come back. And they are in my cart. I just haven't pushed the button to go yet. Um, hey Eve, welcome in. Um, is that from the Aspire surgery? Are you talking about Danny? Are you talking about my son? I don't know what the Aspire is, the sleep apnea. If you're talking, thank you. Um, I did this peridot. No, maybe I think it's peridot, and then this is okay. So since this is my first stitch going this diagonal, I'm going to be stitching on this side of the tape, and then I'm removing that, and then I'll be going. I'll be following along with my seam guide. Eve, what night are you and Patrice making swimsuits? I know she said her second one is going to be a one piece, but she also wants to make another one that she did, but the smaller size, the size down from what she made. Okay, then I'm going to remove, and I did stitch on some of it, but that tape just comes right out of the stitching. You haven't made a concrete date yet. Okay. All right. All right, it'll come out. All right, so there's my first stitch for that direction. So now that is there, and then I'm going to line up my seam guide. Did I move my? So I'm going to line up the guide along this stitch that I just stitched. And we're going to go down to the other corner. Okay. Okay, Eve, thanks for coming in and saying hello. Just want to get these threads so that I'm not going to nest. Okay, so now I'm lining up the guide on the stitching that I just did. Okay, thank you. I'm kind of thinking that my Cricut is just going to have to move maybe to another room when I'm doing this. Don't want to kick her out, but Mama needs the sewing table. So far, it's okay. And still cut fabric over there. My fabric keeps pulling, but all that because in between my laptop and my Cricut, I have a space, and that's where I keep like all my notes and stuff like that. And it just keeps the fabric keeps grabbing a hold of them and bringing them forward. It's like, okay. So that stuff will go before the Cricut will. All right. And I'm getting down to the end of this side before I have to flip it. Let's roll the fabric so I can get to that edge. Get my thread out of there. Yes, I'm loving this. What did it not go over? Oh boy. Comical. What else did you knock over? Fabric? All my stuff on my pod. Look how pretty that is. Look at that. It is excelente. Okay. Sorry, I am just always cleaning. It's like I don't need to be cleaning up. Oh, okay, wait. Let me find out where I was. Okay, right here. Possibly one more to grab all that corner right there. Right there. Okay. So then this stitch here is where I'm lining up the guide, and then we'll finish off this part of it. And then lining it up again on that stitch. And find that we just did. Line that up again. Almost done with the quilting. Oh, I couldn't figure out where that thread was coming from. Just a little bit more. Maybe one more. Very tiny piece of it, but it's important. It's an important little corner. Okay. It looks so good. So good. I'm really, really happy. I don't have to wash out, get rid of lines, ink lines. Didn't have to strain my eyes on chalk lines. I love that. So for those of you that have one of these guides, don't be afraid to use it. It's awesome. Sure made my quilting experience easier, saved me some steps. Of course, I will remember mishaps that I had. I still need to pin. I still need to pin the fabric to the batting. Can't skip that step. All right, so then the next step after all the quilting, and look how pretty the diamond quilting is. So this is 1.5 inch spacing. I will be doing smaller spacing on smaller projects, but my fabric is 22 inches, is 22 inches long. So it's an 11 inch. And the so now we trim this. Um, the excess, we trim the excess. Oh, you can't see because the, okay, let me move the machine down a little bit so that I can trim over here. So we're just going to trim the excess batting off of the quilt. I'm not good at cutting at an angle like this. I don't seem to apply even pressure. Okay, I'm not going to do anymore with this. It's biting me. I want to make sure. Okay, I'm leaving that. Okay, so then we're finished with this part. Um, and now we can do the lining. And um, so if you didn't see what I did, I needed 24 inches for my lining because I did 22 inches here. And so a fat quarter only comes, I didn't have enough for the fat quarter. I went to Walmart 7 o'clock this morning and they don't have hazelnut in 1 yard fabrics. So I decided, I went ahead and I bought the black one. And then I was like, but I want the black to be an accent, not the other way around. So I said, you know what? I can just go ahead and I could have used a piece of the hazelnut and to stitch this in the bottom of the lining, but I wanted to like add an accent, so I did it in black, and so that's at the bottom of the inside of my lining. So I'm going to go ahead and press this to get it to lay flatter. There, that's beautiful. Okay. Once again, look at that beautiful quilting. All right, so this part is done for right now. We're going to do this part. And just to show you what I'm going to do, I made this. You can buy them. Amazon has them. They're made out of felt. It's a guide that you can iron on. So I just got a piece of cricket felt, and my first seam that I need to press is a 1/2 inch. So I'm going to fold it over and press that 1/2 inch, and then you fold it over again to this next line, which is 1.5 inches. So um, I'll demonstrate here, but I'll be over at the pressing thing. So um, you just fold it over. You can't see me. Okay, let me try it this. Let me just figure this out. All right, so you're going to lay it on there, and this is ink. I wrote that, so I'm keeping that away from it because I don't need it to transfer. But this I stitched on my machine. Okay, so I'm going to fold over to this first line, and then I'll press it with the iron, and then I'll remove this and then press it again so that it's nice and smooth. And then I'll do that. So I do both ends, the 1/2 inch mark first. So the ones you can buy off of Amazon or order from somewhere, they do have a lot more markings on them. I just I just made it for the markings that I use for these purses. a half inch. Okay, so there's a half inch. And then we're going to take this and we're going to fold it down to the to the, 1.5 inch. And then press that. Now this is pressing it to the inside. So this is the wrong side of my lining. So that's why my seams are here. And okay. So we're going to do both ends, the 1.5. Even though my hair is braided, somehow I still get hair on it. Okay. So then I open it up, and I know you can only see one half. And then we're going to lay the wrong side of your outer fabric to the wrong side of this. Now, what the heck? I didn't do my sewing math correctly, because this should fit right in there. And then it folds over. I should be doing this side. So so this fabric should fit right in here to this seam. And then that folds over. But look how much off it is. I didn't add enough, which is okay because I could just trim this down, but I wanted it to be, so this is going to be, this is going to end up being 18. This is 18 inches, and I needed it to be 20 inches. All right, so I'll have to adjust my notes. For me to have it this long, I need to add more addition to it. See, with my other one, I had the yardage so I could make it longer as I needed it. So I made this 24 and I needed to add maybe 4 inches to the center. All right. So then what we're going to do is, because this is my, with my folds, and I need it to be here. I need it to fit in here. So we're going to cut the quilted part down. And I said 18, and it's 18 exactly. So that's what I need to do, is cut 18. So let me see. Like when you create your own patterns, it's like, anyway, so I'll adjust my, good, because this thing, my rotor slipped, so that's going to actually get cut off then, so I don't have to mess with it anymore. Okay, so I'll adjust my notes so that when I make a 22-inch one, that the lining is also enough. Yeah, that does make sense, because because this was 20, the lining was 22 inches long and I added 2 inches. That should have been enough. In my mind, it was, but it's 2 inches too short. But maybe the next time I'll have yardage and for it. Where am I? There it is. This will be good for something. It is not going to go to waste, that's for sure. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so this is the part where, if this is all you were going to do, then you would pin this. Oh, you still need to put the tabs, the pull tabs in here. And then you would stitch this. But I am going to add a pocket to this. So remember, this is my outer fabric. This is the lining. This is the inside of my lining. So I'm going to open that up, remove this part, close up these, and this is where my pocket is going to go, which ends up being the inside, like this. So here's where the band is, and so I put it down low enough. Depending, I don't know what is going to go in that pocket, but I didn't want it to interfere with the band. So I put it pretty close down to here. That was my first pocket that I made, that one, which I learned, because that pocket I stitched all the way around, and then it was like, oh wait, I didn't have to do that because now I have to stitch directly in the same place. So I only top stitched it at the top and saved for here. So I still have an opening on one of these sides. All right. You can't really figure out where the center is because you still have seams to do, and they're French seams. So you just kind of, you can only center it this way. And here's where this seam, I'm sorry, you can't see that. So this is where this is. There's going to be stitching there. So, and this is the bottom of, this is the middle of the bottom. So I can bring it all the way down here. Let me see what I did for here. Because this worked out. I did have this completed, then I took it apart because the slat bands were too big. All right, so about 2.5 inches down from here. Right there. What's throwing my eyes off is this. Okay. So thirsty. She's 35. All right. So I'm going to stitch here. And that's the outside. I mean, it's the right side of my lining, which will be the inside. Okay. And I'm going to move my stitch lengths back to 3. So if you have labels, you could, oops, almost stuck it in my coffee. You could stitch the label on here, or you can stitch the label on the front part um, when you're doing the band uh, casing. So that you branded your stuff with it. Okay, so here's my pocket. So pretty. All right, make sure. So then we're going to come back to sticking this in there. Up to that. I'm sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. I just didn't want to move the machine again. Um, so I stuck it in the, let me do it this way. So I stuck this up in that fold. And then fold it down. I'm going to have to move the machine because I want to show you the other part too. And then I'm just going to pin it. Sorry, I just stabbed myself with a pin. Let me get a Band-Aid. Sorry. That's what we call it, is the leopard, but the card calls it something different. Apparently it's cheetah and she's a ginger. and then and then the lining is hazelnut. So I backed my finger up into a pin, and because I have to have thinner, um I don't want to say the B word, um after my surgery, just to make sure, because I do clot, and so they have me on thinner for 3 months. So even just a little finger prick from a pin. So, and I definitely don't want to get all over this fabric, get my DNA all over there. All right, let's try this again. So I'm just pinning these sides because I still need to put my pull tab in here. In case you missed it, I got my pocket in there. Yeah, I've been calling it leopard too. And then when I got it off the card to cut it, I'm like, oh, okay. See, now for some reason that doesn't look even, but that doesn't mean it's not, but it could mean it is. And I'm going to pin it and then I'll measure it. I thought that was funny when it said ginger. I'm like, okay. Maybe that's what I'll name the purse. And for this, hi, Dee Wilson, Diane. Okay. Check this. I'm being extra careful. Instead of just rushing through, just stitching to get, you know, to keep going through the live and then having to take the whole thing apart to fix it. I need this one for today. All right. Now, I mean, the other thing is to verify here. Yep, those are the same. That's the same. Okay. Okay, so my channels match. And then these are the pull tabs. So all this is a 4-inch square, folded in half, folded in half, and then it's gonna get put up into the channel like this. And so this is 10 inches wide. It's 10 inches wide. So I want the point of this channel to be at the 5. The point of this pull tab. When I watch the replay, I'm like, oh, why did I say that? You know, and it's like, I knew what it was. And, you know, whatever it is I'm misspoke of. All right, so I have the point at the 5. And the same thing we're going to do over here. And just to let you know, with all of this precise measuring and everything, it can still be off. I'm like, I measured that. It matched when I measured it. When you sew it, it gets shifted. But homemade, handmade is not a guarantee of being perfect. If you want perfect, let a computerized machine do it. Okay. That is not what I want. I didn't want all those raw edges hanging out. No, we want those tucked up in there. All right. This one's correct. All right, so here's 5. I'm glad I checked that. I would have sewn it and have to take all that stitching out again. All right, that's good. All right. Then I know you can't see. Then I just go ahead and see somehow this was, you there. Oh, there you go. See, here I have my ruler at the point, and look where the point is of this one, way over there. So it's at the 5 inches. So let me go, instead of switching the ruler around, so let me go here, and it's not that far off. What is going on? When I go like this, it doesn't match. Make it make sense. I don't know. I can't figure it out. So weird. Okay. It's so weird. It matches like that. I don't know what's going on. All right. We're not, now we need to do these. And I need it, so I'm using the um, antique brass. So because this is crossbody, I'm doing the D-ring on this part, and then the shoulder strap will have the other part of it, the other end. So I have to sit. These are a 1/2 inch. I could definitely use like 3/4 inch would be better. Or I can just make narrower tabs. It's all custom. All right. I think that's all the accessories I need to do. Um, oh, no, I'm sorry. So yeah, so these I need, but not right now because I need to stitch my channels, and my brain is starting to stop working. I mean, stop thinking. I actually have to leave in a half hour. I just noticed that. Um, okay, so we can move this over here. Oh, I'm going to move this. I don't want to remove it because it's really snug. I don't want it, but I need to move it out of my way. All right, so I'm going to I'm looking in the camera. I'm looking on the phone. Oh, and I'm not seeing much, but that's because it's a camera view. I mean, I have to plug in. I looked up just in time. There we go. All right. So I can see on my screen. All right. So I'm going to be doing a really close to this stitch. You want to do goodness gracious pins. You want to do this side first, and it's going to stitch this down. Now you have a trim button too. You have a trim button. That's what I'm excited about, the buttonholes. You know what I'm going to do with the buttons? So I'm going to make like something I'm going to make buttonholes like going like this, two of them like that. And that would be where I can feed ribbon through and then tie a bow. Okay, so I'm still using the straight stitch. And I'm going to pretty much stitch in the ditch. I'm going to get really close to that edge that my eyes can see anyway. All right. Where it cuts your thread for you. Okay. Yeah, I have one right here. But I have seen machines where there's a button. I think Lena told me she has a Bernina. That's a sewing embroidery machine, and there's a button to push to trim the thread. Hi, Cindy. Yes, like the treat bags. And yeah, that's the same idea. That's exactly the idea, because I wasn't thinking of like, oh no, I was having the opening of the buttonhole to feed the thread through. Yeah, no, I was thinking of that. It's been so long since I've done buttonholes. And now, because the craft machine that I had before I was gifted this machine, it it only had 1 foot, and it only had straight and zigzag stitching. So I couldn't even do like zippers. I didn't even try to do zippers because that that presser foot was really strange. I don't think I would be able to get close enough for a zipper. So I'm really grateful for this machine and that it actually has a zipper foot. So zipper pouches are in my future, y'all. And I have my eye on this bag and it takes 9 zippers. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to get by the yard zippers. And I have been seeing all your frustrations with the zipper pulls on those. Thank you, Cindy. I know this is the first time I'm seeing you in my live. Yeah, um, Wednesday I do 11:45 Central. Okay, so I just did my first stitch here. Now I'm going to do this stitch up here, and then we're done with the channel. Making I'm calling it a channel, the casing, the slap band's casing. I was trying to figure out which way I want to do this. I'm not going to apologize for that, Marilyn. I appreciate that. That's why if I have to get something done, I don't have anything. I don't have even music on because my phone will show the lyrics and then I'll want to watch the lyrics and sing along. So it's like I can't even do that. I think my Monday night video is almost up to 400 views. Whoops, I ran off the road there. I do drive the car better than I actually drive this one better than I did the other one. The other one it was so uh it didn't have power. It was just if I tried to put my foot on the pedal, it would just like take off and mess up. in and out of the bushes. There. Okay, so this side is done. Let me get this side. I love my pocket. Okay, so there's my channels. And so the these you could see this side is hump and this side is concave. You want this side to be the outside. Well, what I mean by the outside is you want to slip that in the front. Oh, and look at those channels are perfect. That just slid right in there. And perfect. So again, these were 8 3/4 and I had to trim them down and then use duct tape to tape the ends because they're too long and I run them over with my sewing machine. Um, so then now the next part that I'm going to do is, it doesn't really matter because these end up being, doesn't matter which side you do them on because they end up being in the seam. Um, See, it ends up being inside the seam. So it doesn't matter which, if you put it on the left side or the right side, it's in the middle. So let me just stick it up here so you can see. What I found, because this is going to be a crossbody, what I found on that one is that I liked it being 3/8 down from here. And that would be there. Let me see if I can. Oh, scrunchy keychains. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I need I need Taylor's chalk. This is not, but maybe it's good enough for me to like clip this. Right. And it's also hard to guess where to put it because I mean, how much out because the stitching, because it's French seams, and I'm doing it wrong. I'm glad I didn't. So you want it like this because then, and you're going to cut this part off. So let me do like that. Um, I need pin. Yeah, let me just pin it for now. I know I need to move the pin before I stitch it though. Oh, it's raining. It always sounds weird when the rain starts. I'm like, what's that noise? And it's raining. Okay. And didn't work. Okay. So I have my tabs. I have my things. I have the, so then we're going to match. No, we're not. Good grief. So we're going to match the wrong sides together, which actually is the lining, which is the correct side of the lining. But so we're going to do the lining because our first stitch is going to be stitching here. And so I match up these seams here, my channel seams. I'm calling it a channel. Um, Casing, match up the casing. And okay. Then I'm going to make sure, thank you, Jessie. Make sure that my fabric is not, I want it to be smooth in there. And I always clip up here up on the top because these bands keep snapping and they keep curling up. Okay, so here's what I here's what I have so far. And so I do a zigzag stitch and I get the zigzag stitch as close as possible because I don't like all of this. And this is going to show through when you do your final stitch. Um, so um, I need to have a now here's my test stitching. And so I'm going to do 1 3. So I'm going to put my stitch length on one. Oh yeah, I forgot. First of all, let me move it over to zigzag, which on my machine is in number 3 of 37. So that's on 3. This is on 1, and then the length is on 3. All right, there you go. So 1 and 3. And then I'm just going to go along the edge, and I may have to do it another time. A second time, because sometimes I don't catch all the layers. But this looks good. So I'm going to get in there. Let me see. And then I'm going to, where's the, oh, I wasn't even right. I was looking for um, I was looking for the lever for to put my foot down, and I wasn't even close. This is distracting me. All right, so let me make sure that my lining is good in here again. Put the clip out. All right, here we go. It's over here. I hadn't even looked, Cindy. It started yesterday, didn't it? Amazon Prime days. Okay. Oh, nice. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So I was able to stitch through all of those. I'll trim it after I get done stitching this one. Nice. Oh, nice. I got two more grandbabies, number 6 and 7. One is due um in December, the other one is due in January. The one in January, they don't know the gender yet. The one in December is baby girl. I'm hoping that the January one is a boy and he's born on my son's birthday. That'd be a nice gift for him to have a grandson on his birthday. Yes. They don't all live, they all live in Texas. They just don't live here. Um, three of them live in the same city, and then the rest of them all live in the same area. Which, if I go to Applique Getaway, I will be visiting there. But one is going to be here um, this coming week for the holiday. She has time off, and this will be my first time meeting the baby. Everybody else has met him because they have gone up there. Diane. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm glad I didn't look then because I don't have funds for that. I have $55 gift cards sitting in my account. All right, let's see. This is when it I knew it. It was shifting. Mhm. Since since this gets sewn in the seam, I'm going to put this on the other side so I can see it. And then, because the same thing happened with the other one that I did, the other crossbody is it it got moved because it was underneath instead of on top. Okay, great. Yeah, I didn't do the sublimation count because the I don't have a sublimation printer right now. I mean, it looks like one. It's just not. It's yeah. I have a Sawgrass SG1000, but she's just not working right now, and I can't get to her. She's in the other room, and I had to clear out my storage unit, and it got moved in there, and then I just haven't organized any of that stuff. All right, so now I'm going to. Whoops! I almost put it on the same side. All right, I got to get going. Um, 'Kay, so I'm putting it here and three-eighths. Awesome. Happy for you, Jess. Yes, use Marilyn's link. Okay, we'll check this again. Be right back. Sundays are busy. Sunday nights I follow on. Okay. All right. Yeah, when Shay goes, because my church starts at 9, and so, but when Shay goes longer, then I just go to the 11 o'clock service, which then I don't I don't get to see Jess and Stacy. I'll peek in when they start until it's time for church at 11. They do online. All right. Um, everything looks stitched. I'm going to change this back to straight stitch, which is number 1. And then this is 3 and 5. Because I'll be turning it. But the next thing after you stitch this on your front side, then you trim all this loose stuff, because it will stick out of your seam when you sew it, when you're finished. So trim that off really good, and I go ahead and trim this excess batting. Just all the loose threads, and I mean, like, oh, I'm sorry, you couldn't um see all of these threads, and because they will show up in your finished product. Um and if there's any of the batting, the fluff, I go ahead and like give that a little shave. So I do the best I can. I mean, you touch it and more threads just come apart. I mean, just okay. Looks good. So now I'm going to turn this wrong side out. So this is my lining. You want to poke the corners the best you can. I have to remember next time I want to extend it, I need to do 4 inches instead of 2 if I want it to be a bigger purse. I wanted it to be 22 inches and I got 18. I had to trim down to 18. Okay, so where's my it's supposed to be, but I'm not intervening anyway. I think that's kind of cool having the black down here. So I'm poking out these corners the best I can, and it does matter because you're going to be sewing that seam, you're sewing up the here, the seam. Okay. So now need to clip these right here because these bands keep snapping. But before I do that, let me move them, which you can do later, but I want to do them now so I'm not stitching over one side. Okay. So then I just roll these until I can get like the seam close to the edge and see how this, maybe you can't see it. You see that? And the reason why that's important is because then you're going to stitch a straight stitch right along that, but, and then that's going to totally enclose the, stitching. So there's no raw edges on the inside of your, um, purse and no raw edges on the outside of your purse. So, I'm putting a red one here to be mindful of this is where my metal is for my D-ring. Okay, there's where the other one is. Okay, so then I'm going to stitch a straight line. I'm verifying that I did change it. I'm 1, 3, 5. Okay, and I'll be starting up here and then go back and once again, thank you everybody for coming in and hitting the thumbs up button. I appreciate that. Appreciate your time you spending here with me. I'm grateful I gave you some learning, some oops and how to fix it. I remember that, I'll remember I need to add 4 inches, 4.5 inches, not 2.5 inches. And also, oh, pin the batting to the fabric before I stitch. Oh, girl. Oh, not one. Okay. One is not straight stitch. 2 is straight stitch. 1 is buttonhole. Okay. I said, let me put this seam ripper away because I'm done with it. Mm-hmm. That's right. All right. My family's going to wonder what kind of sewing I do. I keep showing up on Wednesdays with Band-Aids. All right. So I said I needed to switch it to 2 and I didn't. Okay. 2 is straight stitch. All right. Mm. Well, that is so much easier cutting down those slat bands so that they fit instead of sewing through them. All right, let's see what we ended up with. Mm. Here's my here's my pocket. So this is the inside, and I had to add a strip, because the hazelnut doesn't come in yardage; it only comes in fat quarters. So I had to add to it. I do need to add 4.5 inches instead of 2 inches. Um, and I could have used, hazelnut to add it, but I wanted to add, the black. So I'm turning this inside out. We'll see. Okay. It looks good. I love it. Um, so then I have to make a strap, but this is off of one of my other crossbodies, and I'm loving this. Loving it. I'll go ahead and kind of trying to. Am I moved over yet? There we go. And the other, the the phone camera is better. And in my pocket, I love it. So, it ended up being, it ended up being 9 inches tall, and well, I don't have these corners pulled out as best as they can be, but 8 inches wide. So this is what I'm going to be calling the crossbody, because the size, and then the two tabs. Um, this is made from scraps, and so it's just, two strips of the ink blue, and then two strips of the Mediterranean blue, and then the orange butterflies. The pull tabs are the accents. And I'll be doing this, just has the key ring, which I'll be making the wristlet out of this fabric. Yes, all custom. And then this one is made from 10-inch square, two 10-inch squares. And so this is how you would do it when you have directional fabric. So you stitch the 10-inch squares together, and then the lining then is longer than that. I'll come up with a name for that. And then, of course, this is the original. I'm just going to call this, I don't know. I'll come up with names of what the sizes. And of course, I have to come up with prices. I need to call on y'all to help with that. And then this is the original crossbody that I made. I took it apart because I used the slat bands that they're just too big, and so I had to take them apart to cut them down. And then my these whoops, these were not equal, so what the one was like down lower and crooked. So yes, it is retro. Yep. VW vans, and or bus, VW bus. And actually June 1st was VW bus day. So this was in honor of that. And I love, of course, there's no pocket in this because I didn't do pockets at that point, but I could add pockets to those. So anyway, so this one is cute. It has the bees. And then so this one is also a crossbody. So um man, I love it. I love them. I love making them. Love coming up with all these different variations. I have more in my head, so I will be, playing with some more. So that each one is a different size. Let me see how the crossbody. Well, you can't really judge this crossbody because it still has. I need another seam. It only has this seam. It has to be. Um, um, it has to be the other stitch to it. This is your favorite. I love the colors. It's so happy. Let me oh, let me go equal on my screen size. Oh shoot, it's 4 o'clock. Dinner is being served. I love all these colors. So I did this because of the pennants in here. There, that color. And so I brought out that color, and then of course, gotta have this is actually called, I think, mint. aqua. I think it's aqua. But anyway, whatever. I love that color blue. It's very soothing. So anyway, all righty, y'all. That's all I have for now. I gotta run. Family dinner started 3 minutes ago, and they probably texted me, "Where am I?" Because I'm not the one that's late, but maybe my granddaughter, because she's got 3 kids to like gather up. She hasn't. Maybe she hasn't come there yet, and I'll be fine. But I'll take my purses and I'll say, "This app is busy." But anyway, I certainly appreciate y'all being here. And remember, if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. And I'm trying to like do my screens. My laptop doesn't want to do that anymore. So I'll just be this little picture over here. Oh, and I can't see the chat. Where'd the chat go? There you are. Headed back to dinner bushes. Who was that? D, of course. I need a sewing box now. I've collected so much stuff. Any suggestions? Um, we'll have to talk. I gotta run. But I um I don't have a sewing box. Well, I have a cabinet that I can put things in, but I don't have a designated sewing stuff yet. Um Thank you. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you for being here. And like I said, hitting the thumbs up and subscribing. And thank you for those that are watching and not in the chat. I appreciate you too. And of course, the replay, um, watching the replay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Diane. I love them too. I love making them. This one I still have to take apart and see what happens when the band is too big. It's on both sides. So it's still functional. It still works. It just open like this. Thank you. I will. I get them babies, get them. She's not really slobbery. But she kisses. When I give her a kiss on the cheek, she just smiles. And then she turns and she gives me a kiss on the cheek. She's 8 months old. Okay, 755. Marilyn says she got a nice carrying case at TJ Maxx. She'll send you a picture. Okay, you said that. Okay, I gotta run. I love you all and thank you for being here. And I'm grateful that I was able to finish the project. I was ready to like, I gotta go. Bye. But anyway, so we'll see you all later on. And yes, 755. And then Hashtag Crew will be on tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Central. And it's our last Thursday of June. All right. Bye.